Hello everyone and welcome back to the Forgotten City. I'm Dave, you're watching The Deep Head on Twitch, YouTube, or wherever it's big wide internet, and we are back for another Monday night of new-ish games. So when we last left off in ye olde Forgotten City, we had just kind of had a big long chat with the head priestess and found out this is some sort of undead purgatory going on. We have a couple of main goals that we're going through here. We have our point of origin. Traveled thousands of years into the past and need to find a way back to my original timeline somehow. So, according to Centius, we'll be flung back to our own time if we can create a time paradox, which is of course so simple. I'll need to change history in a way that makes my being in the past impossible. For example, Centius says if I prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, then he'll never create the portal, and it'll be impossible for me to be in the past, a paradox. So that's our way out in general. We have the golden rule, and our main thing there is we have to figure out who's most likely to break the golden rule and inform Centius. It seems everyone in the city is going to die because of one person breaking the golden rule. So we're trying to figure out who that is. We also said we talked with Equitia, who said that we might be able to confront and overpower the god of the underworld. First, we'll need to restore all 4 missing plaques to his obelisk in front of the Great Temple. So that is kind of our main focus here, is trying to collect all 4 of the stolen plaques. We have some leads going on. It's election day, and we're trying to figure out how to get Malleolus to drop out of the election. We found a letter that linked him to, or Quintius, as sort of a rebel, which would be enough to that he was in hiding, and we know it because of his 2 different colored eyes. We can get a letter, so our main focus here is we can get a letter from Claudia if we give her wine, that proving that he is Quintius, which would be enough that we can just kind of get him knocked out of the election. So we have to ask Aurelia for some wine. That's the barkeep lady. We have behind closed doors. We have to find a way into the palace still. We have a thorn in the paw. We have to figure out a treatment for rheumatism, which we either have to speak with Navia by getting into the palace, or find the solution another way. Water under the bridge. We have to try and get into the upper cistern. There, Dooley has a key. So if we can get him released from prison, we can get his key, or we can break in, probably. Centius has the key to the upper cistern as well. In general, we have to figure out how to get in. We have the sinner, which Virgil's been receiving threatening notes, so we have to try and stop it and figure out what's going on and figure out who it is. Fabia believes that it was either Domitius, Horatius, or Rufius. So we should go have a rustle through their houses and take a look. At a virtuous man, we want to try and get Galerius elected as magistrate. Centilla, the magistrate's daughter, has disappeared, so we're trying to figure out what happened to her. We last heard that it might be somewhere in the palace or the cisterns. We have to talk to Livia about being in the underworld. And we have to try and find the plaques. So the Roman plaque believes one of the cultists may know something about it. So if they cultists, they mean the Christians. Oh, hello the Golux. Hello Magnifius. What's up, friends? Just kind of running through the different leads and main story quests we have going on because a whole bunch of stuff. The Greek plaque, we're supposed to ask Georgius. The Egyptian plaque, we have to ask Kabash. She thinks they may find some leads at the tavern. And then the mystery plaque, who knows. So we are going to head on our way. And we can chat with Livia, we can chat with multiple different people. I think we'll try and stop by Georgius, stop by Livia. This is like the only place it loads, really. It's coming in and out of the bathhouse and when you warp through the portal. This one, we collapsed the thing on the assassin. Let's chat with Georgius and see if he knows anything about this plaque.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I.
I know. You want to ask me where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some
friend,
questions.
Your words intrigue me more and more. Yes, very well.
Yes.
What you will.
Do you know where I might find a Greek
in
plaque?
A full of Romans, you are asking me because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes.
Georgios.
They do not care. They hear me say Georgios and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name.
Georgius.
All the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But
man, I hope it's not Georgius.
If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
I'll be going now. Excellent. Well, that's one lead there.
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice
this sneaky little fuck.
You're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts.
I'm listening.
Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
Statues come to life and fire golden bow arrows at them.
I was the only one to figure it out.
Okay.
In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the gold.
So he wants the bow. Yeah, he wants the bow.
Organic matter into gold. One could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination.
Because if they ever got out of here, he could transform them.
Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Excellent.
I want to get this bow. I have no intention of giving it to him.
But first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Not really.
Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on.
Once again, the voice acting in this game is great.
Some poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand?
A bow.
Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a
I feel like I'm gonna be like, perfect, let's swap it. And as soon as they swap it, it's just gonna be like, all over hell.
Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
Why can't you do it yourself?
Whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. I have complete confidence.
Of course, sure. Isn't that extremely dangerous?
Fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind. Do you think he was worried about the danger?
Prometheus was also punished for eternity, if I recall correctly. Why can't I just take it?
The gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal. So, are you in, partner?
I'll do it, but don't ever call me partner.
Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment. And here we are.
Even if the trade fails, I'm just gonna like.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Just gonna keep it.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
It's a bunch of bees. Am I supposed to like... It doesn't let me look at the bow. That most certainly is still a bunch of bees in here that he mentioned 0 of. Oh, okay, because when we do that first. Okay.
You, partner? Do you have the bow?
Oh god, more bees! Oh no!
Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you.
Now, here we are. With me out here and you in there.
Yeah.
Until you give me my bow.
I think I already preempted it. This night against the Golden Rule, he said he split the riches between the two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said...
If we were. Oh, you conniving bastard.
Infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
I kind of trust you after you double-crossed me like this.
The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a
Yeah, it's full of bees!
Rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Nah, I'm out of here. Bye-bye now. What? Alright, some more arrows. So now I have a bow where I can turn things to gold. So that's pretty dope. Can I just like... No, I can't turn water to gold apparently. The crouch is so very Skyrim, and I like it. Some more arrows, some dollars. Oh man, really? That's super cool. Is there anything under here? Nifty. I don't know what you're talking about, game. Control is crouch on my keyboard. I suppose C also works, it seems.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment...
Yeah, we've definitely been getting that vibe.
But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Can't take it, can I? No. So Navia knew what was up. She kind of knew what we know. Yeah, you totally just turn your face to look at me, buddy. Definitely will want to do that. Can I jump across? I don't know if I'll make it. Oh yeah. Wow, you can cover a lot more distance than I expected. Never mind. Definitely gonna have to shoot those. Yes, we did indeed find our golden bow, as Decius tried to double-cross us, but fuck him. Wow, this would be... you would be better off leaving this as vines for for climbing it, I think. Because gold is not going to keep your weight that thin. And B, even if it did, like, oh my god, your poor hands. Loading. Wonder if now just like everything I shoot becomes gold. That'd be, oh, this is the palace. Sweet. I needed to go here. Can I just, like, hit this? Lift it up on your shoulder. What's the shortcuts? Yes, yes. I know you all like looking at me. peeled statue. Bonk. Okay, so we have actual, like, combat things now that we, have the golden bow. Also, did she peel the gold off of a statue? Because that's pretty hardcore. I feel like if she tried that once in the name of science, like, can the gold be removed, and then it didn't work, like, okay, then you're done trying. Don't keep doing it. Man, game's giving me a lot of arrows. This might be the only place I get them, maybe.
Supposed to be here.
Navia. Thanks, disembodied voice. That was a good pro call out. Also, Navia, did you go crazy? Hush now, statue. I think I want to check this away first, though. So that's just blocked off. Yeah, I saw the pit. Assuming this door is locked. Yeah. Alright, into the creepy pit. Damn, it's a good thing the game teaches you about the algae before you go into that chamber. Oh, motherfucker. I thought I was so smart. Do I need to shoot this? Yeah, I guess so. Anything that has the little, like, butterflies on it pretty much has to get shot. Just deal with all you fools real quick. This is supposed to be the sneaky way around, probably. Well, Still want the $50. I wonder if shooting somebody with the with the old goldenizing bow would break the golden rule, because it doesn't kill them, technically. It seems to trap and immobilize them. Guy's not having a good time. Wow.
Let me die. Let me die.
Navia, we need to have a word. Perhaps several. I'm really around in this kitchen. That was a very Skyrim move. And there doesn't really seem to be much else here. Hi, buddy. Boy, that's still creepy every time. Ooh. Don't know if I do.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned.
How did we go from making friends to carving the gold off of
More
them?
concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known.
This music
Face
is intimidating.
forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me.
Damn, I was hoping we would find her and just be like, hey, what's the cure for rheumatism?
Difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Alright. I'm gonna go through the creepy palace. I'm gonna take my $45, goddammit. Yeah, this lady's not doing super well. I think it wanted me to try and get over here and hit the other side with it. How many now? It really feels like you should be able to go through there, but apparently not. This guy conveniently pointing the direction we need to go. No! Started falling off the ledge. Damn, she really barricaded a lot of this thing.
Kill us.
You're dead. Hey. Excuse me. Okay. This lady sucks. And they seem to be much happier when I shoot them, so I've been trying to hit all of them. I still have a whole bunch of arrows. What? How did that one not hit? Thought I would get a chance to, like, purposefully attract a large group of them, but alas. This guy doing the world's best wall sit here in the middle of nowhere.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is
Oh,
so
the gold
rigid
is
it
extra
must be some
rigid,
kind of
apparently.
alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would
Oh boy.
break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save
Ooh.
her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place.
I'm not
My beloved
big
Galatea,
fan.
my attempts at freeing my beloved.
Stop talking. I was ready for something. I just missed. Perfect. Oof. So what'd you miss? So we went and we brought our wooden bow. Basically, as we left from talking to that lady about how this is purgatory, we went and brought our wooden bow just as we were walking through the forum. Decius was like, "Hey, I have a plan," and basically convinced us to let him gild our wooden bow, which we swapped for the bow in the Temple of Diana, which was a golden bow that she had, which allowed us to turn things into gold when we shoot them. But basically, he trapped us there, and we found a way out by shooting down a hornet's nest, which broke the floor. But that led us into the palace, where Nivea, the doctor, has been carving the gold off of these golden statues and finding that they are indeed skin and such underneath, and seems to cause them immense pain. And they look like this. And when you kill them, they thank you. And it's very, very creeps. So the doctor lady is up to no good. And it's because she seems to have gotten the hots for... Fuck your apple. Your apple's now gold. Yeah. Like this. So she keeps basically peeling these, but when she does, they all go bonkers. Yeah. Oh boy, she's got a lot of these. Oh boy.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice?
Looks like someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work?
I just want to know what the cure for rheumatism is.
Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh gods, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air. Coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them.
I can...
The only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
Wait, I can undo all of this if you tell me the treatment for rheumatism.
It's too late. There's nothing you
God
can do.
damn it!
I have to do this. I'm sorry.
I can cover her in gold
What?
again.
How?
Golden bow is a weapon that encases people in gold.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Please stop, crazy
Right.
person.
Undo this mess. I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
Alright, stand back.
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them?
What can be done for them is
Tried
tell me the cure for
everything I can.
rheumatism.
I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
Okay. So, we're almost done with this. This was Lucretia. That's the nurse person. Still have to figure out the sister, and we still have to figure out Virgil. We need to... yeah, there's a bunch of stuff there. But, like... I'm so sorely tempted to put a golden arrow into her back and see if it breaks the rule. I will take the key to the Shrine of Apollo, just so I can... oh, chest in the clinic, huh? No, she doesn't want to talk. Of course, everyone remembers the Roman zip lines.
Such a bright light. Apollo is powerful here, is he not? Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed.
Not well!
Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Yeah, that was a very cagey response. What about Rufius? Or what about Navia?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, she just wants to be left alone. Otherwise, she's fine. There's a chest. This is the Shrine of Apollo, right? The herbs and stuff.
A golden bow.
Right, is this not
Just
the
like
Shrine of
Apollo
Apollo?
and Diana's.
And key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. Okay. Oh, this. Rhubarb? Alright. Well, I guess I have that.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
It's
Isn't the
Equitia.
great temple majestic?
I haven't really looked around down here. It's Gladiator, bro. It did tell me to, like, search Rufius and a few other guys' homes. This is 100% going to be how we get the one from the cultists, the thing they were talking about, one of the plaques, I bet. I don't even know whose house I'm in. We just have a very circular but baller upstairs. Huh. Unless this is just like the servants' quarters of his house. Wish I had a map. That's the forum. Those are temples. I think all the slums and shit are down here. This is this place where I can grab money. Yeah, okay. Kind of know where I am. It's such a creeper, because there's always a bowman that appears there. There's a whole nother area here that I really haven't gone to at all. My life has been torturous as the 7 labors of Hercules. Orphaned, defeated, and enslaved, yet I would suffer it all again gladly, because each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you any more than hold Vesta's flame, but to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow is enough. Galerius got a crush.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Santana. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Is this looking fishy?
I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods.
Ixion
Get some
turns.
rest. Tomorrow's
That sounded very close to me.
I suppose you're right.
What room is this? Virgil.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Santana. I haven't
Demetrius.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming.
He's got a dice
I
tower.
thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering,
It's up there.
waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
What a creepy, horrible, terrifying doll. Avia. Key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. Okay, I could have gotten that and found out the key for cure for rheumatism entirely different way. Excuse me. Livia's chest. She has $1. Retails. I like the touch of making this one hold the thing, hold the pot. Yeah. Navia. Okay. Where is Rufus's room?
49 melodies fetch again with incessant
This was
labor.
Galerius.
The water they have lost.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
This one doesn't seem to have one.
I keep thinking.
This one is it's a creepy room of golden statues, of course, of course.
Waiting to be found.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, it's Rufus. What up, Dick Charm?
Hilarious.
Horatius? Looking a bit
Handsome.
troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
I'm just gonna pop upstairs in your bar real
From
quick.
what I hear,
You
nobody
stay
saw
away
it
from
coming.
my money.
Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking. What if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
It doesn't seem
Sounds
like
like
I
you're
can pick the
torturing yourself.
lock.
Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
I suppose that's the like backup route if you have to steal the wine. So I bet that's where the wine is. I can kill the motion blur if it is bad.
Galerius?
Vote for
Horatius?
Malik unless you want me to
Looking a
slip
bit
some
troubled
hemlock
there.
into your next drink.
No sign of
Get
Scintilla.
out.
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
No idea what
From
you're
what I
talking
hear,
about.
nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought
Yes,
you
so what?
Stoics weren't supposed to worry
What are you
about
going to
things
do
you can't
about it?
control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking. What if there is something I can do?
And why should I?
What if she's out there somewhere
The
suffering,
one true God
waiting to be found?
says that for
Sounds
man
like you're
to
torturing yourself.
lie with another
Leave that for the
man
gods. Try to relax.
an
Get some rest.
abomination.
Tomorrow's a new day.
His presence here is
I suppose you're right.
a threat to us all. Well, I don't know. Maybe God hasn't noticed yet. But when he does, we're going to have a problem. Well, I wouldn't get so angry if he wasn't so... you know. He makes me... uncomfortable. I don't like where you're going with this. You'd better take that back before I make you. I have no idea what you're talking about. And unless you want your jaw broken, I think it's best if you don't ever talk to me again. I have...
Oh, can I not give him the cure for rheumatism now? Balls.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his three
Okay.
praying.
So I can't continue on that. Look through the cisterns. Let me just chat with Olivia real quick.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Olivia.
Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself.
Nah, lady.
I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace.
Yeah,
As
recite
the
it
ocean accepts the
flawlessly.
rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Okay.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Springtime.
Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
What?
Oh, do us all...
She doesn't like me either.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them? You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you?
Is he actually gonna believe me?
It's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the
same thing over and
futile
over
task
again.
over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, At least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway,
Go on.
I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle.
Galerius is a G. Good man, Galerius.
That's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
Yeah, Galerius is a G.
And strange, too, since that device you used is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. Oh, of course! It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it?
Like to go to the
starting?
Do I let the election happen, or do I steal her wine? Well, I'm gonna let the election happen.
Handsome.
And then if it all goes poorly, sprinting back over here, because now I have a bow, I can deal with those things, I think. Don't be too eager, Malleolus. You're about to make a terrible mistake. Is just $1,000 in that? Beautiful. Thanks for coming, Zim.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens, under my leadership.
This is about to go so wrong, I think.
The freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of
Oh boy.
to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more. The Golden Rule is real, you idiot. For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against
Oh boy.
Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
Impossible!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Fuck that dude. Okay, well, we kind of knew that was going to happen. But I'm at least going to make use of this. Give me that. Just going to take that. Fuck you. Does not seem like the bow does anything against them. Okay. She didn't have wine there, she had a journal. A diary. Your diary tonight. Today I'm celebrating me the easiest 1,000 denarii I've ever made by selling a way out to a desperate fool. This may not have been the way out she was hoping for, but hemlock still counts. Let her teach her for insulting my hair, and since it didn't break the golden rule, I may have to try this again sometime. Diary worked again, and now another 1,000 denarii richer, thanks to Ulpius and his desperation to escape. Of course, there's very little to spend money on, but just having it gives me a thrill for a brief moment. Finally, I have something to spend my money on. Malleus is rolling for magistrate in the election. He's promised that he'll move it. Promised that for a sufficient tribute, be able to move into Old Sentius Villa once it's vacated. How he plans to achieve that, he wouldn't say, but still, I better make sure he wins.
Salve, friend.
I'm Dave, and I need you to take care of some things urgently.
Serious. I'm listening. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
And then
Julia.
Selphium.
Alright, I can do that. I'll go.
Have a thought about. I don't care about you, Horatius, so wait, no. Go this way.
Name's Wolf. What business is Willow bark? And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching in the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea. All right. After this, we're square. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. Get this key.
Oh, is that the building collapsing on that guy?
You didn't. No idea. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted.
Okay, so maybe we can get him to stop at this.
It's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone.
Okay, cool.
It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
Alright. So then we can tell Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that?
It's making him agitated and compounding
I've
some
heard
other
that can
personal
really mess with a
issues.
person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk.
I need to get Galerius to run, so I have a candidate I can, like, put forth. Yep, here's this dude who got cursed-moshed. I like that I was just chatting with someone and all of a sudden, crash, 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 crash. Okay, so Rufus said to go into the tunnels near the shrine. But first... this lady... after Ulpius jumped... well, actually, no, we already paid off Ulpius, so... it's behind this shrine somewhere. Was supposed to be, like...
Sal, welcome to life under the golden rule.
Thanks.
I still...
been through this.
Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good What you're doing is disgusting. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not... Alright, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what do you do?
That's the...
What?
Why do you think?
I know.
So...
I'm sorry.
Please, help him. Your lives... Are you really... I see.
I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
So I know I can fix this, but I don't want to spend the $2 grand right now.
I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Yes, indeed. And where are you going to pray? Pay no attention to me just following you. We have to get into the top cistern thing. But I guess Dooley has the key and also a plaque, so we have to get him released. Man, Octavia, we trucking. Where are we going? These are the caves behind the thing. I don't know if we've been back here at all. Give me this fucking plaque.
What are you doing here? Please leave. I said, please leave. You're trespassing.
Whatever. Got what I came for. Alright, one down. What the fuck is on here? This looks like Livia used to live here down in Shanty Crazy Town. That's what I'm trying to do, game. Wait, is this... do I have just the regular bow? I was straight up shooting it with just the wooden bow that I picked up. Oh, it looks like this was just the other way in here. Because that's her running in again to pray. Okay. Sucks for that guy. Okay, we need to get into the upper cistern. But let's see if we can get this wine first. So I think getting Dooley out gets us a plaque and also gets us the wine.
And lets out his threefold.
Oh, she's busy yelling at Livia.
Would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
they follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
Wonder if she'll just give it to me for a shit ton of money.
But they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting
Yeah,
at a
because we have to
table
talk to
with
Kabash about the
whispering about
Egyptian plaque.
some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence?
I'll take any opportunity to talk to Georgios more.
Ugh, let it go. I do, but I'm afraid it's not for sale. Everything? Really? Unfortunately for you.
We'll
What's
see
that
about
supposed
that. Stop me from mistaking
even
it.
if you could get into my locked cabinet. Good eye, of course. I'm happy to tell you all about it. So... Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. All right.
Where's this locked cabinet you're talking about? Is that the one upstairs? Is it different than the chest?
You stay away from my money.
I don't care about your money. Where, oh where? It's not in here.
Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out.
Listen, I'm gonna find this and I'm gonna steal it from you. This spits me out way up top, yeah.
The 49 Beladies fetch again, with incessant labor, the water they have lost.
Man, where's this cabinet you talk about? Right. I have to come back to that. So we got the Roman plaque. We need to talk to Georgios. It's money. If I ever need money, there's just like 1,000 right up there. curious.
Ah, a fellow I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous. Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ash. Very well, but the magistrate would not look kindly upon this, so please keep it to yourself. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest, and yet the next day when I return, the food is missing. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food in this temple? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see if I could spot a thief going in, but do you know what I saw? Nothing!
Yeah.
Nobody entered, and yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, he was never seen again.
Where's the Temple of
It is the
Demeter?
only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right.
I'm off to the temple then.
You should pursue this, my friend. It would break my heart to be responsible for 2 people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings, so just be careful, I beg you.
Head towards the baths in the last building on the right. Is Kabash just living underneath the Greek temple? Damn, there's some substantial caves underneath this tiny temple. It does not let me attempt to jump off the side. Holy shit. The whole thing down here.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable.
Who
Welcome.
are you?
May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here? Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person
Oh boy.
is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Good enough for me.
Good enough for
Now,
me.
Let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes...
Still don't even know this guy's name.
So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question.
Yeah, whose version?
Leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
I don't think so.
Sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
I think there's no such thing as a correct
is it up
morality.
to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right? I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual? I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you...
This guy's the worst kind of debater.
Empathy, the emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death? Of course, everyone would. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code? My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I admit, I am... In any case, thank you for humoring... You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunken mercenary.
So this guy just likes to argue, pretty much.
He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago.
Oh, they could hide.
I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. They are one and the same. The Rome. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Huh.
Fair.
Did we not discuss? You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription?
I do.
It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However,
with you so far.
There was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the
And when they had done it to the Egyptians.
Corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the There are certain things. Take this key.
Okay, key to the catacombs.
I enjoyed it.
Okay. This might be the wrong way. Yeah, this is the way I came in. Wonder if there's just gonna be like a whole ass pyramid. What? Man, guess we're back on this fucking train. That one shot a little high. Yes, indeed. It seems like they did the exact same thing to the Egyptians that the Romans did to them. Oh god. Where is it? How about this? You guys can all just kind of chill now. Also, how the shit did Kabash get through here? Oh, he also has a bow.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Well shit, that was easier than I thought it was gonna be.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may
have
not.
it?
In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld.
Does the plaque he wants to destroy talk about how, like, they did it to the Babylonians or something?
Hades, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other, fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us.
But we're different, and we're special.
I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed.
I hope it looks like I'm going into the abyss.
Below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you, I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it.
I don't think there is any way to stop him.
My father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kerti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. Good. Wait. You would plunge... When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. Why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Why? To what end? But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Blasphemous fool! You have sealed your own fate. Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told I can only hope one.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I was on mute. The moral of the story is, like, you can't really tell anyone, like, hey, they're gonna break the golden rule, because literally everyone is about to. Zoom! Probably should go check out the cistern next run. So convinced he had to be right. I just killed everyone. Okay. Salve, friend.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Oh no.
Rufius has been threatening Virgil.
Oh, Virgil. Poor Rufius.
Stop Fabia.
But how did you...
That's it. Now go. Mush. Alright, so we got 3 of the 4. Need to make Galerius run. We need to take another stab at wooing this lady. Not you.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor. The one we have lost.
Ah, you're here. And, I hope I'm not being too... There's a light in your eye.
Do I tell her I'm not interested?
Oh, I see. You... I take back.
Nope.
Just... All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head. Threefold praying.
Oh, hey.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on now, Santius. Really, my guy? I'll do the Rufius.
All right. But I'll...
Off you go.
Handsome.
So I don't think there's any way.
Oh, and there's a...
I don't think any of the answers work.
You stay away from my money. Well,
Cerberus lifts his
big,
triple
long
head
bone?
and lets out his threefold praying.
Oh shit, are you okay? I thought it was like, I have no idea, so I'm just gonna jump off this way. And there's shit all over here. And I could have found so much easy money here. Ah, you almost got it, bud. Here. You can be with that apple forever. Okay, because we gotta get Quincius to drop out.
All weapons that have been
Hey,
tossed into the
Horatius,
chasm.
how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
Talk. My marriage. I think a better question. I have the dainty little thing from next. Well, Dimitri. Do I need?
I forget what fucking dialogue options need to get her.
Boy, how did you get in there?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Go ahead and reset this.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So I'm not gonna bother paying to keep Opius alive until I know I have everything set there. Might have to talk shit at the husband first.
Oh. You? Poor. All right. I'll
Get.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Because you'd kill someone with it. Okay, so I need to go and accuse Malleolus.
Why? Don't talk nonsense. How could you possibly know that? I don't know how you know about my plan. And now, now... Get out of...
Oh my god.
Talk. You barge into my villa and the question is... Ah, it seems some time ago
Excellent.
he wrote me a letter. I'll happily... Thank you.
Quincius to beloved Claudia. For a time I despaired a thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life. Then I met you and discovered as long as I'm with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city's magistrate, so my government with wisdom and strength, you by my side.
Now, perhaps... What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more...
He started the fires?
I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know. What?
No, I think I'll hang on to it.
You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers. It was
Didn't lie to you.
A mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I'll be going now.
Curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
Alright, got the letter.
Get out of...
Okay, gotta reset it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, so we can get him to drop out. We can have Galerius do a bunch of things to help people. And hopefully get him elected. So, we need to get Malleolus to drop out. Let's figure out what happens to Scintilla. I do want to check the cisterns.
Oh. Yulia. Poor bird. Alright, let me... I'll...
Ooh, I can probably get into it using that. Or it's nothing, okay. So this just leads up to that temple with Opus over there. Okay. I think this is where it means by upper cistern. Could potentially be completely wrong. That's the building collapsing. Let me go talk to this guy and make sure I can do this correctly.
Thank you. My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely. Why?
Yes, so it has finally caught up with you.
It finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... what? One of Nero's assassins?
No, I'm
So,
not, fortunately for you.
You're not going to kill me? Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live? Fine. Ruling this cesspit of
Yeah,
city
I'm not sure how.
needs me
Well, we
anyhow.
have 3 out of
Our
4
activities notify the
things.
priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
I think we're pretty close to the end, honestly. So I think we have to get, we have to get Galerius to win the election. So he'll get Dooley. I'm sure Domitius is not happy.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Womp womp. Okay. Where would Galerius be? Potentially by the bar? That's where he ends up in the evening. This is his room. He might just be in the forum or walking around doing the stuff we wanted him to do.
Challengers are nominated by nightfall. Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. Welcome.
Okay, there's Yulia. Lured him into this. We would have also gone to find Rufius. Oh, my sweet Galerius, where are you? I don't have the lock for whatever this one is. Or the key for whatever this one is.
Citizen. Name's Sentient. Fine. See.
Unless he's like down by the fields?
Isn't the great temple majestic?
There is. Where does Galerius stand? Definitely not. I found 2 bottles of wine. Huh. I do not know where he is. Unless he just went back to stand up here? No. Galerius. Do I have anything that will point me towards him? I give a shit about the priestess right now. Oh, man. Where the fuck is he? He's like straight up disappeared off the map. I've looked in his house, I've looked up and down the forum, looked in the bar, run around through every damn cavern there is.
Welcome.
In someone's shop randomly?
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Well, this is becoming incredibly frustrating. I have to like literally wait until fucking night when he shows up over here. I have no idea. Alright game, you've been fun, but you're now slipping into frustrating, so where the fuck is this guy?
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky bastard? If I copied it from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Because this is like the last thing we have to do. We have to... We can get into here via Dooley. I mean, I guess we'll go talk to Sentius and be like, give me the key in the meantime. This quest's trying to get us to talk to her.
A new oh my, let's see. We don't have much. Hercules was a
Yeah, we solved this previously. Alright, better get back to it.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrates.
We're fine. We have. Is that?
This conversation too, and I'm in a hurry.
I think it's best if I. You mean to ask, why am I unwilling to trust a newly arrived non-citizen with access to our water supply, the lifeblood of this city? I'm sorry, but that is simply out of the question. Yes, our water supply. From you. I wasn't born yesterday. Poisoning a city's water supply is the oldest trick in the Codex. Quite literally. Aeneas the Tactician wrote a siegecraft manual, and I'm beginning to wonder if the culprit we're looking for.
Getting in there with or without your help.
Since I'll be keeping the key around my neck at all times from now. Thank you.
Well, now see that was a mistake to tell me that. Because now I'm going to go shoot your daughter.
The many shall suffer.
And you're going to go make me a portal.
Sins of the one.
And basically, I'm just going to tell Galerius to fix everything. I'm going to follow him around as he fucking does it. So I know where he is. Then I'm going to get the guy to drop out. Then I have to get him to join in. Then I have to talk to everyone to get them to vote for him. And then I can get Equitia to make the election happen right away. So I can call it whenever I want. I just have to have everyone ready to vote for him.
Oh. Yulia. Alright, let me see. What? Are you...
What?
You're serious, aren't you? I'll go.
Cool, so he's gonna tell him that he's Quintus anyways. Hustle Galerius.
49 melodies fetch again.
I get that money again.
Fabia, listen.
There's a troublemaker coming into the city.
I know, and I'll take care of him. Go and hide, but not in the empty shrine.
Wait, how did you know I was headed in there?
No time to explain. Go!
All right, I'll be in my bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
Second building on your left, I've got to run. And Galerius begins to hustle. Oh, look at him go.
Salve.
Fuck off, Decius.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind. Thank you so much for acting as quickly as
So the building crumples. Alright, Galerius, motor on. Buddy.
Salve,
Oh, he was waiting for Rufius.
Rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What?
So riled up you're harassing Virgil. Pretty straight up.
nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man.
They're very obvious with, or at least he is with the thank God.
No, I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
For real, just gotta run.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free.
I feel like this is the only way I'm gonna be able to get people to vote for him, though.
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
It's time to haul ass, man. Get running. So I feel like if he fixes all the things around town, then that's going to be what'll get people to vote for him.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Iulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Iulia immediately.
Now where is he off to?
Citizen.
I think that was everything.
I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
Hello, my man.
Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really?
Yeah, everyone thinks Galerius is a fucking G now. Yeah, it's true. He's been sprinting around the entire village.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Thanks, Creeper. I think he's watching him. Hello, buddy.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually,
Nice.
I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius. That's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Sick. Okay.
Salve again? How is it possible?
I am reliving the same day.
You're a bit like Sisyphus. He was forcing Tantal.
We saw this earlier.
Anyway,
At least there's that.
So I'll tell you what. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate.
I have a feeling you'll do great.
I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations...
Alright. Now we gotta make sure he has votes.
Ah, and I hear... Galerius, definitely. Alright. Nice to...
I think I probably have enough votes even without talking to anyone. So I can tell the magistrate I want to call...
A golden bow, just like Apollo. Feeling all...
They don't vote, I guess. Rufius does.
Citizen. Sentius. No. Siora.
About Yulia... Oh yeah, I can maybe...
Greetings and salutations. My... Galerius. Did you know he saved that...
Okay.
Battle?
So that's 2. And I would hope that Ulpius votes for him. So I think I'm gonna have the... ask Equitia to call the election.
It must be it'll be between... Why do you... As I said, I'm planning... Yes, I have. Very well.
Excellent. Let's roll. Sorry, Sentius, but you're fucked. You should have given me that key.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Sorry, was this... All right.
Georgios. The amount of like actual money you'd be able to turn 5,000 plus golden denarii, like ancient Roman coins, into. It's a priceless ass collection. Okay. It's possible that Rufius would just, like, never will vote for Galerius, even though, because he straight up helped him.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
Pretty certain that Yorhius, Virgil, and Ulpius will vote for Galerius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius?
The man who treated my rheumatism.
Ah, okay. He did flip.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It's been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
So I need to talk to Dooley before Horatius lets him out, probably. He's busy.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Oh, it is you. Thank you. You
You're
can have my
welcome.
shiny plaque if you want.
I
and
do.
Maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cisterns.
Hmm.
He told me to keep it
Well, that's how I get my key.
He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. I hope you find it.
Alright, we got the key.
Oh, look over there. Something shining.
This dude's gonna cause trouble.
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty.
We saw that, yeah.
Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, so Dooley just breaks the rule immediately. Damn. I kind of wish it didn't go down that way for him, but we'll send Galerius on his mad dash around everywhere, and we know where to find him now.
Salve. Oh. Julia.
Rufius, Fabia, Malleolus. That's it. Now go. Alright, off he goes. Now, I'm still yet to find where it wants me to put the key in. Is it like up there is what it's talking about? Or there maybe? Well, off we go, I suppose. Yeah, that right there is the problem with the zero tolerance golden rule is Dooley doesn't understand what he's doing, and unfortunately it still counts. Glad I grabbed that stuff quickly at least. Yeah, upper cistern is presumably up high. That's not the right one. And so this is also a cistern that I'm on right now. Whilst climbing multiple things of golden ivy. Okay. Doesn't super surprise me. Like, this looks the most like it's gotta be the cistern.
Condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
Treatment.
I feel like it's gotta have something to do with this whole entrance over here, otherwise it's just useless. It's like I was able to shoot this and turn this into gold. No balls. That thing just put me off a cliff. Just it autosaved while I was running around. Okay. Don't want to do the obelisk. I want to. Man, I really do not know where it wants me to go for this.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark.
If you, Golix, if you want to go ahead and look it up, I'm fine with that at this point. So we've been just doing a lot of wandering around.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Yeah, I don't know what door it goes to, but I sure do know I have the key.
On your best behavior, I trust?
It's like there. I swear it's got to be related to this. Like, oh no, it's the fire with the guy in the wheel. I've been over there. I don't even know where it's referencing. Unless it means like this. The only door I see over there is the one I came in. So these are the aqueducts, not necessarily a cistern. Sentius lives in this one right here. See. Ah, what a random door. Okay. I feel like there was zero way for me to ever know where it was.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Because this is what we all would have guessed, right?
Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
100%. I like never would have found that door. Which one is Sentia? That's her sister, right? Yeah, I can climb that ivy I golded. I just want to go show this amulet real quick. Shit ton of money. Alright, so let's just leave for a moment. Which is this way, yeah.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Good. Nobody's told you about Hannibal? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body.
Oh.
Sprawled out on the ground, and hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. Well, any sane person...
Maybe I'll give it a miss.
Oh, don't mind me. Ugh. Oh. Oh no. That's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods. You mean she's... What do you mean? But
I don't know how she could be a
Domitius say there's
skeleton
some
in 3
kind
weeks.
creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal. Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scintilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead? Why would anyone do such a thing? What? You don't...
Still
So
looking.
This is... I've heard enough. Kindly keep...
Okay. So we're just gonna have to straight up find her.
So you survived the cistern.
This motherfucker. Ka-tonk. I feel like it's definitely set up so you are not supposed to go down here until you have the bow. Damn, I have crazy leg strength to just straight grab this guy with my legs while I aim and shoot a bow and arrow. So we found her.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know
you're here.
I'm Dave and nobody sent me.
Help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father.
Oh boy.
He's helped me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the god... Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel. The only problem is it's barred by... I'm going to take that. I'm done caring ab... There won't be enough time. There's no time. Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
If he dies, I can't
With Scintilla.
restart it.
Where is she? So that is how it's going to... It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck.
I'm not sure.
Life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was.
I'm wondering if this, like, ends the game. I want to confront the god of death.
Enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Almost 15? I should be grateful for your stupidity. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
Not like this.
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death by reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Do you really think you can... Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. Well, funny. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, it described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Actually, that was me.
God, why does... I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you say... Maybe we can escape through this...
I mean... of this... The question is, I want to do this so I can make sure I have a save that is prior to all of this shit.
Keep your insane...
Okay, this is when Sentia tells me to piss off. So we have that. We'll do this and we'll see. Yeah, this is one of the endings, I would assume.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead.
You're back! But... you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered, while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I'm sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself, as you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including
Did Al
two
murder
silver
me?
coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set
They're a
upon
little
by
cross-eyed.
thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done.
His name is Al because he was our ally.
And you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you here. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans bearing their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferrymen for passage across the river.
I have.
Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question
yeah.
you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands.
This is like
not yours.
the middle
I will
ending.
live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I
ferry you back to civilization.
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Ending 204. Gonna make me watch all your credits? Okay, so that was 2 of 4. We're not going to get all of them, but we are going to... go back and, at the very least, we collected all these fucking plaques. So we're gonna go put them on the obelisk.
So you survived the system.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Yeah, I think now that we have basically everything set up, like that's getting into the upper cistern and figuring out what happened. And then like trying to get this stuff here. So like I think the bad ending is probably trying to tell someone, probably trying to tell Sentius that like XYZ is going to break the golden rule. I'm not overly concerned with getting all of them, but we put work into getting all the shit for this like all these obelisk plaques. So I'd like to do this. Is it not Nurgle? Maybe I have to go in order. As I go back through the ages of the temples. Probably like Mesopotamian. What language is cuneiform from? Okay, this I was not expecting. What? Mesopotamia, okay, yeah. Were the Mesopotamians known for spaceships? I'm not a history buff, so you know, I'm unsure. They were known for their spaceships, right?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
The same thing I've asked everyone this whole time. What's your story?
Many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect.
So they went with ancient Mesopotamian alien god theory.
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Proserpina that I would use this form for as long as we remain.
The guy in the History Channel is infinitely pleased.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names.
She looks like she's doing great.
Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans.
She's having a great time.
You know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my
Stop staring at my haughty wife.
You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls.
Those last two sounded the same.
On this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. As you will.
What is this place?
It's come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolve.
Yeah, it's full on aliens.
Lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves. Your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been
we sort of saw this earlier, other than the whole aliens bit.
After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered,
assuming here we didn't have
smelted and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Oval, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came
the
to be
Epic of
known
Gilgamesh,
as the Epic
yeah.
of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations.
Troublemaker.
Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching. And I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament
this guy's a douche
of your kind for eternity, silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
What do you consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you. since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me. The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Suppose... Now tell me.
I think that if I say I'm right and you know it, then like that basically sets into motion like, oh shit, we're fucked.
Ah, the tavern keeper, yeah. I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win. Applying this rule always...
Just more of that speculation.
You speak of the money, and he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years, ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. I see. I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different
okay.
to a debt.
Fair enough.
The midwife and the palace, yes. The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows. They are forsaken.
I
now
see.
Tell me.
It's no wonder people say the gods are cruel. It just shows how unreliable and subjective your moral code is. No better at judging right from wrong than any human.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
No, but that's my point. Nobody's grasp of right and wrong is so perfect they can be trusted with all this power. You become a tyrant.
I should
Yeah, and if you did, you'd be proving my point.
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But
but you can't see man.
I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true.
How did you come to be in this time?
I cannot know.
I was hoping you could tell me.
No. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina has slumbered for 3,000 years.
I am dumb and you are smart.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I'd like you to put an end to the golden rule.
Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me,
he's gonna kill me
why
anyways.
should I put an end to the so-called golden rule?
I have options. If you're doing this for love, you should know that Proserpina doesn't love you. Ouch. I can expect us to live without sin if you can't do it yourself. Golden was corrupting the city, ensuring you'll never win the wager. How can you expect to live without sin if you can't yourself?
Serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it?
I can say, didn't you abduct Proserpina and imprison her here? You've trapped people in the city against his will. You had terrible punishments to hundreds of people, some for minor sins, and some who committed no sins at all. That one.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them.
If our positions were reversed, you wouldn't want me to punish you for the sins of other people.
I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights?
No.
Of course not. Because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals.
Your kind of mind can't be so different given that you're in
My
love with one of
her
us.
does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal.
What makes your kind superior to mine?
To begin, our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine.
Why does wisdom and technology make you superior?
Power over you.
So you think you're obliged to treat us fairly because you're more powerful than us?
You could say that.
Was it the Roman Stoic said, treat your inferiors, you would wish your superior to treat you?
Have no superiors.
Didn't you say Jupiter was your leader? There's a hierarchy within your kin.
Go on.
Treating humans the way you wish Jupiter would treat you. Yeah, you're an arrogant, amoral hypocrite. Would be the one, but if you can't follow your own rule, how can you expect humans to?
For a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time, I have been in the wrong.
Yeah, surprise.
But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster?
Not a monster, you're a human and you've made a mistake.
What? What are you saying?
Humans make mistakes in our nature.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Potential challenger in Elysium. Perhaps he made a mistake too.
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us. Your words sting me, mortal.
The music is chilled out a bit.
As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now, and I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice, quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Why can't we go to Elysium?
So would violate the rules of my sacred agreement with Jupiter, and you would receive a hostile reception. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Well, here Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here? I'm fairly certain you and I... Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile,
I probably could have
walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him? and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? Anyway, I think I found a way out.
Okay. Doing the same thing, yeah.
You go on.
I feel like the other possible endings, one is you report someone to Sentius. And,
why don't you tell me what you
saw this. I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just... I do not that most...
Yeah, we saw this.
My... most ask you near you.
Yeah, this is the same.
Was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin. It means there is perhaps a lot.
Yeah, this is the same thing.
I see no point in keeping you here, but I have to ask one thing. That you keep this.
Yeah, one is trying to evacuate as many people as possible. Okay, that'd probably be like
You were gone so long, I thought
something with Scintilla,
Kinda lost track of
and
time
like
there. You wouldn't believe what we found.
I feel like
Ruins
one
of
is
a
maybe
long
just
forgotten
reporting someone to
There was a tablet
Sentius.
describing it.
Sounds like quite a story.
You two.
Sounds good.
And you?
Yeah, this is the same stuff. Ferry us home. 1 year later.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for stories about the underworld.
Maybe we are the guy from the History Channel.
After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there?
No way.
You're finally here.
No
Remember
way.
me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! We're planning to get married.
Nice. Count me in.
Oh, hello. Hello.
I remember who you are,
Galerius.
Dooley.
Bye-bye.
You're here. So, you're the hero who somehow...
is.
I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. See?
Adorable.
You're... Oh, of course.
Dave
sorry.
is fine.
And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
I'm interested to see if Scintilla is here as well.
Oh, I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed?
I know,
and you
right?
can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already... I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very kind. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called...
Oh god, is it Nigeria?
Nigeria?
Yes!
Some people have well, you are the oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it.
I'll take you up on that. Oh my gosh, she got suckered in by a Nigerian prince.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too.
Hey.
I hope Scintilla's here as well.
Hello.
Hi there, I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance.
Oh, we did get Scintilla back.
Uniting Scintilla with us as well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC.
Oh man.
Underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out. and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. And you...
Hi there. You certainly scrub up all right. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you
I like the
heard,
little name thing flicks
but
over.
after you drove
Cynthia.
Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. Sorry I doubted you when you weren't willing to accept she was dead. You were absolutely right. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is we'll never see him again.
What are you
Anything
doing?
I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me.
My servant
It's just
Alexa.
awful out there. Barbarians everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue.
Oh,
in
Sentius.
trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment.
Yeah,
That's
ouch.
what he deserves, if you ask
I was
me.
wondering how that turned out. Good.
You too.
It's good seeing you. Here, Hughes. I'm the hermit.
Hello. Greetings. You must be the I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years.
Hades.
I barely recognize it.
Barely recognize it.
Failing. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Consider me there.
You too, my
Fabia.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hi, Fabia.
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
Teeth are hard.
I'm just so happy to be here. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time.
We're all
to be
Fabia
alive.
on the inside.
Thank you.
That sounds
You
like
too.
a life well spent. When did this game come out? A couple weeks ago.
Good evening.
It's based on
Oh,
an
hello.
old Skyrim mod.
I've heard so much about you.
But this game, which is kind of the full version,
I was
came
sure
out
the person who drove off the last
a couple
pagan
weeks ago.
god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living alone
So
again
it was
in a charming
originally
little flat town
like the
beside
Forgotten
I'm
City's
not far
first
from my old place.
incarnation
Oh,
was as a Skyrim
I'm
mod.
training to be a crisis counselor.
But since
After we
then,
sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not
they
to take his own life, I was inspired.
basically recreated
I
a
just
full
want to
game
spend
out of
the
it.
rest of my life helping people.
It's
Like you
definitely
helped
has
him.
Skyrim-ness inspired by it.
Thank you. And you. Wonderful.
I'm in.
Greetings.
Olivia, how you doing?
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now.
Yeah, they got pulled into
I'm
real-life
already
Italy
up to
instead
the
of Tamriel.
19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
Some soiree, innit?
Decius, you piece of shit.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Decius.
Hi, Decius.
I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
It was entirely unintended.
I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real
Oh
money
god,
is
he's
now.
a stock market bro.
I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that.
I wouldn't help you even if I could.
I won't take no for an answer.
Oh, print media is gonna make a huge comeback, dude.
I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going now. Fuck you.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name? Oh, of course. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed, thank you.
Thanks for trying to kill me because you thought the Egyptians were better than everyone else. Are Rufius and Virgil together? I bet they are.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself.
Rufus?
He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, if you're ever in the Nether...
Hello, Rufius.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
That is unfortunately true.
You too.
Hello there.
It must be Scintilla.
I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father sent us, locked me up in the upper system.
It annoys me because, like, I probably would have had to have left her and then come back around.
Me, and that monster got what was coming to him. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
I might just do that.
Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake, I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look
Damn, these people had bank if they're buying vineyards in Umbria.
World with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost...
I mean, Charon probably has a shit ton of silver from collecting it over time.
And I couldn't be happier.
Got a little orange stain in your sleeve there, bud.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
It's good to see everybody. All the plaques and stuff. Sumerian one. Strange stone object in the shape of a soup rice. Yeah, it's all the different plaques and stuff that we found. Almost walk this path to where the laws of day help the virtuous to paradise in the city beneath the earth. The ravenous hunger of the avaricious is sated at the banks of the stream, but in vain, for none from here may return. In the dice tower. In the dice.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you
So
know
fucking Proserpina?
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I recognize that
Allow me to
voice.
introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue,
She was controlling the
I was
mouth.
able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive.
Yeah, for real.
So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever.
This would be a very fun D&D one-shot, because it would make it so that, like,
all those golden statues
no one would be able to just fight their way through things or steal things. Of course, is that going to be all the people down in the bottom?
You. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules,
Damn.
Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
Yeah, it was 4 of 4. Imagine we got 2 of 4 with escaping just us. 3 of 4 was probably if we escaped with a big group of people. 1 of 4 is probably if we tell Sentius, like, hey, blame this person. Or 1 of 4 might be if we get to the god and then just piss him off. So, who knows? That being said, it is almost 1 a.m. my time. We've been streaming for about 4.5 hours, but I wanted to wrap this up. So, I will be back next Monday with a different game. Yeah, it is, it's been a long one, but we were into it and I wanted to finish it because I had a real hard time remembering what we had done so far when we started this. But yeah, this game has been great. I highly recommend it. It's a sweet-ass puzzle game. Thank you all to the people who joined and watched. And yeah, I will catch you all next week. In the meantime, you'll have some Rick and some other streams going on this week. And as always, there's about 8 bajillion videos on our YouTube if you ever want to catch up on anything or if you're looking for something to watch. And that being said, I hope everyone has a great rest of your night, and I will catch you later on.